Oh man, Vol is already going off because Tanya's 35-month resub was actually from a gift sub from Vol from earlier. So thank you, and then thank you for the gift sub to Asgard, and now continued tier 3 sub for 40 months in a row. I can't believe it's actually been that long. That's pretty wild. Man, I've been streaming for a long time. But hello everybody. Yeah, Captain was definitely first. And Asamiya Asgard, you got gifted a sub. Nad, hello everybody. And hola, Alan, how are you doing? Vol had messaged me about something regarding, like, you know, music theory and some stuff like that, but there's something general I like just looked at it, and so while I do this really quickly, I could maybe sort of give some sort of response, which is that just in the few minutes that my brain has been, you know, the idea has been bouncing around, the idea of a sort of universal way of teaching music or music theory or something, at the moment my intuition tells me that's not possible, at least not on a level like hey, what's up, Zeus? Also, yeah, question of the day, what do you guys got? I can save some for, okay, Panic's got a suggestion, because I also added a channel rewards point redemption thing to do it, but for today we can just have people throw them around. That's meta, right? The thing is, so I feel like the more general you get, if you're trying to describe, you know, music theory or something like that, if you want it to encompass everything, it's going to have to be incredibly general. And so it'll cease to serve like really specific instructive functions. And the more specific it gets, the less, the fewer number of musical styles it'll apply to. So it doesn't even have to be, you know, Western versus non-Western. It could just be like, if you really get into something really specific for one particular genre, it's like, you know, how much is that going to apply to something else? Like, maybe you can extract out some general principles and then apply that to something else, but like, so I don't know about that, because there's, it feels, music in that way feels like a language where it'd be like, how can you teach everyone to speak their language at once? It's like, well, you can't do that. They have different languages. So you could maybe teach that there's a thing called, you know, grammar, and there's a thing called syntax and stuff like that. And there's the idea of words and symbols, and so you could say, but that would never instruct a person to learn any language. And the more specific you get into one language, it instructs less to the others, if that makes sense. That's what my brain's sort of done with it in the past few minutes. Do you believe that moral relativism is inevitably going to lead to nihilism? Wait, do you actually want to use it? Because I see the Kipo after it. Do you actually want to use that? We could do that. And then anyone else's suggestions, I could just add them to the document. Captain, explain your answer, no, and why. If yes, yeah, what was the conversation, or what were some of the takeaways? Because I also say no, by the way, but what are your yeah, I'd like the response to be more than 2 letters. Pretty influent. Yeah, but yeah, don't be tricked by influential people. Don't be tricked by them. Don't be tricked by them. I'm serious. Don't be tricked by them. There are a lot of smart people who they say lots of things. They say lots of things. And lots of, you could say, equally qualified, smart, influential people who say opposite things. So, you know, so don't let them don't let them like bully you intellectually. Don't let them do it. Like, you know what one that came up? I see it come up like all the time. Not all the time, but it really bugs me. It doesn't really bug me, but it kind of does. Because these are like really smart and influential thinkers in their fields talking about it. Dude, smart people talking about whether mathematics is invented or discovered. It's like, will you guys please stop? That's my response. I actually have way more to say, but that's my silly response. Oh, I gotta go to the commands here. Any academic, dude, I've seen, I'm telling you, I've seen people like really smart people, physicists, mathematicians, talk about it, and it's like, are you guys serious right now? It's a question that doesn't, it's not like a real question. The question is wrong. It's presenting two options, neither which are correct. It's like saying, was I discovered or invented? It's like, neither. What are you talking about? Mathematics, just like aspects of physics, are, equations in physics are models, and models aren't invented or discovered. You just model things. But back to Panic's question. So Panic, what did you? So step one, there are no objective moral truths. What do the people you disagree with say? Oh wait, I can't change the question of the day right now, because then it won't be suggest your own question of the day. Huh, how do we do this? You know what? Yeah, I don't know. We'll just throw up a bunch of them. None of them took enough logic or philosophy. But that's what I mean. It's like, you guys are like really smart. You should realize how sort of silly of a question that is. Yeah, I've heard Sam Harris is one of my favorite thinkers ever, but on that one, I just I'm not convinced of his ideas there. Yo, Brian, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, his sort of starting with like the worst possible thing for everyone. Like, I forget the exact wording. There's like, it definitely serves some function. Like, you can definitely do something with it, but on a philosophical level, I don't think it holds up. Bonsoir, Onion. What's up? How are you doing? It already went out of tune. No, it's been sitting in my case, so the temperature changed. I took it out of the case, tuned it, and then it's been 10 minutes, so. Man, I actually have so many things to say on this, but okay, let me do some music because I've been talking for literally 15 minutes. Actually, not literally, but the stream's been going for literally 15 minutes. Actually, not literally. It's been 14 minutes and 8 seconds, but you know what I mean. You know what? We'll make it the question of the day. So Panic, was it because you were reading the book, or you were just talking to someone about it, and now you're maybe that Sam's book was brought up? I'm just curious. Like, was someone arguing for that? I A debate between okay, I think I know the one you're talking about too. Yeah, well, Panic. Sorry. Oh God. God, I could do those two back and forth for so long. Um, that's my Sam Harris impression. It's just that. It's just that. It's a stupid impression. But, all right. Jordan's much easier to do. He gives you a lot more to work with. He gives you a lot more to work with. What was I doing here? Does anybody else have any thoughts besides Captain and Panic? I'm curious. I involve saying, okay, with a student, examine mathematical demonstration that once you have more than two propositions that need to be satisfied simultaneously, you can arrive quickly at a point where you cannot solve for the propositions. They need to be, I may have to think about that more because I'm actually not following. Or feel qualified. You don't have to be qualified. That's the beauty of philosophy. You don't need to have qualifications. Was he ever? Oh, dude, for decades. I'm pretty sure he still is. He's a clinical psychologist. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh man, you're gonna. I can't even focus. Let me start this again. So there's two things here. One is that this is no longer about moral relativism and about the credentials of Jordan Peterson, which I don't know is actually very important, to be totally honest. Although, two, I will say that as someone who's struggled with a lot of things in life and continue to struggle with a lot of things in life, listening to a lot of what he said and spoke about years ago has proved to be quite helpful. And I also, he has all his lectures online, so I audited two of the classes. I watched all the lectures of his Maps of Meaning course, and what was the other one called? It was one that was more specifically focused on psychology. And I think perhaps the more important thing here, if I do say so myself, and this is applicable to anyone can take this, is to perhaps not worry so much about what people say that's wrong. If you wait to only listen to the person who's never said anything wrong, you can't listen to anyone. Now, that doesn't mean you can't be like, some people are more credible than others. If someone's lying all the time or someone's almost never, caught lying or something, that you shouldn't take that in consideration. But I try to see if you can, I don't know, how do you put it? Like, see if you can make sense out of what a person says. See if you can find value in what a person says, regardless of like almost whether you want to or not. And so then you don't even have to make a claim about whether they're correct in what they're saying or not. It's like, where the thing can have value is if you can get something valuable from it, you don't even have to really consider sort of whether it's true or not. And I know that sounds strange, but I promise you it's the case. We are Freckled Farmer. I'll do this and I'll mention some more stuff. There's a lot. These are the types of things I have thought about a lot and continue to do so. They're some of maybe what you could say are the deepest or most important things I've had to struggle with in my life. And I feel quite confident in the things I've gained from them. Okay. Play Lenny by Stevie Ray Vaughan. Do I get a please? Okay. Calafia, what's up? So cats, what's the word? Not warn, not urge. I strongly feel as though you are perhaps not giving him the a fair enough sort of assessment or something. And bless your ears. Thank you, pal. I don't know that song. If you type !SL, you'll see what I can do at the moment. I don't think he's smart because of being verbose. Do I support him? I don't support people. You haven't made it. Oh, but it's not about an argument. That's almost the issue. Is that there haven't been arguments. It's been, as I see it, not productive. It's been an air of dismissiveness that is not beneficial. I don't know why I don't know either. Please play cake. Hey, thank you, Alan. Paolo, yay. Do I agree with his policies? He's got lots of different policies. Is that a better way of asking? I don't think so. I don't know. You'd have to bring up a specific one. There's some I do, there's some I don't, but I don't actually care very much about what his policies are. I don't see him as that sort of. I don't find much value in that. I could tell you guys a little story. Which is somewhat risky on Twitch because it's going to involve religion. Years ago, I decided to take on the task of reading the Bible. Why? As someone who doesn't consider himself a Christian, although I was raised that way until I was a teenager, because Armenians are Christians, I thought the book was relevant enough in the world I live in to want to get a better understanding of the source firsthand. Maybe I shouldn't improvise in D flat while I'm doing this, but and so when I started, I was very cocky, you could say. Very much like that of the mentality of a know-it-all teenager. Very dismissive of anything in front of me. Because I just knew better, because I'm just way smarter than everyone, and everyone who believed this thing I didn't believe was just really dumb and just a worse human than me. Geez, okay, time out. Jesus Christ, hold on, time out. Oh my God, please follow this thing. Oh my God, a song list. All right, back to the music. No, at the same time I encountered this Jordan figure. Holy shit. Sorry. Jesus. And started to try to look at things not so literally. and this is also, thinking more about music, is in a place where the literal isn't so useful. My engineer-trained mind had to be sort of changed. So there were snarky comments in the sides of the Bible that I had, and things like that. And I stumbled upon a story. I forget exactly who the two main people were. So I don't want to get it wrong, but the names of them aren't actually important. It was the idea of someone sending his servant with a camel to essentially like find a wife for him or something. And he instructed him to just take the camel to this city or this village, whatever. And the person who not only gives the servant the water, but also gives the camel the water is the one to sort of bring back. Now, I could not give a shit whether this story is true or not. I don't care if it happened. But what it struck me as is the first time in this like super this really dismissive approach to what I was seeing, something resonated as being true. Not factually true. It had nothing to do with facts. It had to do with like sort of something true in the sense that it's an experience that I had. Meaning it reminded me of the idea that the person and the thing that's meant for you will be the one that you don't have to just change yourself for. Like, you don't have to be someone else. And you'll find people who won't do this thing, and they're sort of not the one. But this one that fits this sort of criteria, and hopefully it's not superficial criteria, but whatever, I won't judge. The person who sort of, you're gonna have to go through and just be rejected by people, not because you're bad or wrong or something, but just because they're just not gonna be the one. And this was going through my whole life with a lot of rejection, romantic rejection, you could say. Thinking with the sense of like sort of not being good enough, and that I need to be something in particular for these people to like me. And so all of a sudden I'm sitting here with this book going like, oh, it just resonated in some way. And I was like, what the hell? This isn't good, because I hate this book and it's stupid. Remember, this thing is dumb, and everyone who thinks it's real is dumb, and I'm smarter than them and I'm better than them, so I don't like this. And this was at the same time I was hearing Jordan say things, again, the maps of meaning stuff, and just trying to look into him and Sam arguing about the nature of truth, and what the hell was the stupid term he used? Darwinian something, and I don't know, using terms. I forgot the names of the terms, doesn't matter. But it's like objective truth versus the idea that something can be, now Jordan put it as more true than true. I think that's a very poor way of putting it. But it's the idea, so I didn't need to agree or even disagree with what he said, but it was like, wait, there can be things, what if I try to find things that are true that have nothing to do, that aren't a matter of reality. Like, I'm too fixated on what's objectively true in reality, missing the entire bigger value of whatever it is I encounter in my life. Which is probably why I was so shitty at picking up on messages and bigger picture things in books and movies and just stories in general like that. I think I was too focused on the material things. You can get them from Harry Potter. Yeah, you can get them from anywhere. You get them. In fact, you get them everywhere. They just are everywhere, and that's why they're everywhere. These archetypes and these larger stories. They don't have to actually be stories, but these larger narratives are everywhere, and they're very universal as humans. And so I saw that as something of value to be able to get that. And now you may say or think what other people have mentioned to me when I mention something like that, and that's so obvious, something like that. Or the things he says are, either it's that the things he's saying are untrue and dumb, so like they're bad for that reason, or the things are true but they're so obvious that they don't have any worth or something. But I don't think that's the case. That's like really not giving someone, I mean, what is a person supposed to do? If they say things that are of value and are true, you go, well, obviously, so it doesn't have value. And if they say something that's not, you go, see, it's not true. It's like, well, what? A person can only share completely new ideas that someone's never stated before? Like, that's not how that works. So it almost felt like this was a person who was stating old truths that had maybe been not forgotten, but had not been hadn't been reiterated, or needed to be reiterated, or hadn't been mentioned or focused on recently. But that's what I'm saying. So, I'm sort of focusing on the positive things. In going, I can get value from the positive things. It's why I don't care all too much about whether a person's good or bad. Also, I don't believe you can actually make that judgment, but I think people are way more complex than that. Meaning, all these things have been there. I found this value here. But people will then attempt to almost discredit the value. They won't say it explicitly usually. But they'll attempt to sort of discredit the value or not focus on the value by focusing on the areas of negativity, which is like, well, fair enough. Sorry, that's it. But not fair enough if it means you're not giving credit where some of the credit is due. So if you disagree with someone even on a lot of things, well, let's say everything but one thing, it'd be foolish not to give them credit for that, even that one thing. And this was even at a time too where I just wanted someone to validate in some way my experience. Like, does anybody have this experience where things in their life in the past, or maybe even right now, are just like shit, and they don't feel good for like perhaps lots of reasons? Makes incomplete. So I don't know if that's a fair assessment to say that every single thing he's ever said is a flawed argument. That doesn't seem very I mean, for one, statistically, I feel like it's highly unlikely. Makes incomplete. But I'm saying, why do because I'm not giving credit to the flawed arguments. I'm giving credit to the ones that aren't flawed. but panic, that's not a productive statement. I like the thinking of Isaiah Berlin, because I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. And I have a feeling whatever Isaiah Berlin said, he's probably not the first person to say that. It is an argument, but actually it doesn't need to be. Good day, Cello. There's a fixation here that I'm not completely understanding, where I'm not sure why you care. Seem to be thinking there's. Oh, it feels like an argument. The issue, because you said the issue is I'm giving credit where it's due to someone who makes incomplete and flawed arguments. But yeah, I don't, and also, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, because I was trying to almost like move on I don't see it as actually being necessary at all in the discussion of whether a lack of moral objectivity leads to nihilism. And this was actually one of the reasons when I did the question of the day thing. No, what I was saying is I don't see why they criticize the parts. I don't see why they criticize the whole. And even what I would maybe say they would agree are the correct parts of the whole, just because there are other parts they don't like. Why give credit to the bigot? Because he's the one that introduced me to it. Why wouldn't I? I can't just I can't just hand it over to someone else. I didn't choose who I heard like ideas from. It's not up to me. I just stumbled upon this thing. Oh, was that an issue before October? Oh, it was just a general overall thing? Topping in the Discord. Alright, well, I'll have to check that one out later for sure. It's a lot of stuff to juggle at the moment. Yeah, because people bring up people only focus, at least publicly, on the worst stuff. That's definitely true. It's very frustrating. It's actually super frustrating, to be honest, but yeah, but it doesn't resonate with me, and those aren't the things I'm talking about. No one's having a psychology conversation and quoting him? I do. I do. But yes, I'm not everyone. That's true. Yeah, and anyone who treats which his fans are like cult. You know why? Because it's almost as if he's an idol to them, and I don't mean an idol how we use it. I mean like thou shalt not worship false idols. That was sort of a cheeky little thing, but actually not really, but kind of. That's a whole other topic. What do you do when someone has good intentions, and someone takes what they say and misconstrues it? I would say you'd almost have to accept by definition that if it's not what the person meant, then they're being, well, misunderstood. And someone takes your words to justify things that you don't agree with. Like, what if someone just took these words right now? Doesn't mean this stuff. Well, not everything. We can't put blanket things on statements like that. That's kind of what I meant when someone had asked a little bit ago, do I agree with him or not? It's like, what do you mean? I don't agree with anybody just 100% or not. That's crazy. You're saying, are you saying he doesn't mean this stuff? So I'd have to know which thing, if that, like, I'd have to know which thing. There are certainly things that people use his words to justify that I know he doesn't mean. I know it for sure. And there are others that he does mean. So I don't know which one. So I can't give that. Again, just like the other person's question, I don't know. I can't just give it an all or nothing reply. So that's what I meant by blanket term. Welcome back, Peo. Did you check out the list? See, this is the thing I hate, is that it becomes like bizarrely polarized to even be able to it's like so dismissive that it's like you don't even need to know what a person's saying, or you don't feel like you need to know what a person's saying to evaluate what they're saying. And it just feels, I don't know, that sort of thing has always felt very bizarre to me. People use it, but he's not circulating those thoughts. I'd have to know, like, the exact thing like, the exact hateful thing. I just have to know the exact thing. Where to begin? Well, that's the thing. You can do so, but I don't care. I don't actually care I don't care, because I don't care to focus all that much on things people say that are wrong. Like, there's obviously some value to doing that, but like that's not. I don't see that as. I see that as being besides the point at the moment. I just don't see at the moment what that has to do with anything. Play Fantasia. Requests are limited to those who subscribe, cheer 100 bits, or donate $1. See, I also don't like how this drives people away. Because it makes me just not want to say anything and discuss anything of any value ever. Like, it's actually pretty It's actually kind of frustrating. It's not everyone's cup of tea. Yeah, but it's. I mean, if you guys were me, what do you think? Also, I can't help but think, based on my past experiences, that at least one person is going to make assumptions about me that I can guarantee aren't true. I promise you. I promise you that probably happened in the past 30 minutes. I can almost guarantee it. Includes everyone. That's the I wish people were more maybe willing to engage in these ways, but like you don't have to actually participate, but I'm not sure how to exactly articulate it. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't care. I'm not sure I actually care about that. Because that doesn't, I don't want to focus on irrelevant flaws. Or at least flaws that I see as irrelevant. People in the chat might think. I feel like I have to though, because I don't have, you could say, an excess. I don't feel that I'm in a comfortable enough place in my life and in terms of streaming and stuff where I can say good riddance to those who don't like what I do. I wish I could. I wish I could just be like, all right, then get the hell out of here, and I never care if you come back, but that would be a lie. Is retaining those type of viewers worth it? I feel like it is. Like, why wouldn't it be? Good people who like my music? Like, why wouldn't I want those people around? Well, maybe. I mean, we'd have to see. I'd also hope it's not a bunch of shitty viewers. Because not all viewers are created equally. I think another part of the frustration is I feel like what I say actually has value. And so when it gets dismissed for what I would say are superficial reasons is maybe not discouraging, but just not nice. I don't know. Not something I like. I know I can't please anyone, but when you're in a, I don't know if people realize how sort of somewhat like delicate of a position I'm in. Listen to Lewis Capaldi, Someone You Loved, the music with Peter Capaldi. I do too. I mentioned that the last time I played it, that video made me actually like the song. Not that I like didn't like it. I didn't like hate it before, but I was like, it made me really like it. Because it took something that was a breakup song and made it about something much not deeper, because I don't want to sort of, well, yeah, something deeper. I'd say Smoke Clear the Air, maybe, I don't know. The conversation sort of shifted to something like, what do I do when I don't want to drive people away who I like having around, because a part of me, oh geez, maybe I should take the story. Was it Rachel and Isaac? Can someone look this up? Was it Rachel? I feel like it was how Isaac found Rachel, but I could just be, that may not be correct. But perhaps I should actually, maybe there's some very deep irony in this conversation. Like the biblical people, yeah. Perhaps I need to present myself fully, and let the instead of trying to make people like me. But again, when you're in a sort of vulnerable position in life, that's very difficult to do. It's difficult to be vulnerable, already vulnerable, and then be like, well, now expose yourself even more. Chill out. I see the thoughts running. After your dad dies, because you've had open heart surgery since you were a kid. I didn't know that. The song definitely gained something when it's applied to the different form of loss. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. That's why I was going to say something, then I was going to take it back, and then I took back my potential taking back of that initial statement. Meaning, yeah, losing, because in the video it's like, this couple, this man loses his wife of, you would assume, what, 40 years or something like that? And that the mother's heart becomes, she donates the heart to a young mother and couple with a young daughter. So in her death saves this other person's life and the family's life, and it's, yeah. So I'd say that's probably more significant than a breakup. Also, another thing I'm trying to do is actually provide some music for the people who are here for the music, and I'm hoping that my words don't, like, get in the way. So actually, if I fit, oh, is that where it's from? So what are the names of the two main parties involved? Again, I read this years ago, at this point. Oh, Rebecca and Abraham. Oh, geez, so even more important. Okay, so even farther back. So it was an R name. Not Abraham? Abram, when his name was Abram? Guys, there's so many names to remember. Wait, it was Isaac and Rebecca? So now I'm because so did I get one of the names right? Yeah, is Isaac's father. Yeah, because it's Abraham and Sarah? I can't remember the names. Guys, I tried so hard. Sarah, okay. Is that from Jurassic Park 2? I've seen that a few times, but not as much as the first one. Not so much that I'd be good with the quotes and stuff. Hey, what's up, Jeff? Wait, so did Abraham send his servant on behalf of his son? See, but here's the thing. This is almost partly what I'm talking about. So not only does it not matter, at least for me in this case, whether the thing actually happened, I actually don't even care so much about the details. Isaac married Rebecca, but it was Abraham's camel. Wait, so Rebecca was Abraham's camel? Ha 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 ha. Guys, I am hilarious. I am so funny, it's crazy. Yeah, so that's the thing. So for me, in this, what I decided to do was stop caring so much. I tried to get the names and stuff, but it's like, wait, that doesn't actually really matter all that much. Because the core principles there are they serve their function. They're not changed by the details. Which is why you know what it led to me? Oh, you want some yeah, the idea of generosity and the idea of presenting yourself, like not forcing someone on you, but letting the right person come to you, which is again why maybe what I'm discussing here is somewhat ironic if we apply it to streaming. Man, I could actually go on for a while about this, but maybe I shouldn't. So, how about that moral relativism? You know what this is like? You know what? I'm just gonna say it. If you don't like it, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm already gonna preempt it with that. Because what I was gonna say, and this is relevant here, is I was gonna say at the end of this, what I decided as someone who's not a Christian, is I said I can find value in this person in this story. You guys may have heard of him. His name's Jesus. I stopped being so concerned about whether it was an actual person or not, because that only seems to be important, in my estimation, is if I'm worried about eternal salvation, which I got other things to deal with in my life. I can't be worrying about eternal salvation. Also, Twitch gave me partnered, so they've already deemed my soul value as being worthy of salvation, so I really can't ask for more. So what I'm saying there is like, I try to look at parts of people and parts of situations and and I don't care about every part of them all the time. I only care about the parts that are important when they're important. If that so that gets back to what I was trying to say to Captain. It'd be similar, not exactly the same because no analogies are, but it'd be similar to being like, we can all find value in this, whether you're Christian or not. If you know of this character, Jesus, we all understand the idea of, what would Jesus do? Or we could even take a superhero. It's the same way that fictional characters have values. It's something really cool that humans can do, that we can take these symbols and we can take these stories and map them onto our lives. And we can find real function and real value from things that aren't true. Like, no one thinks Spider-Man's real. But everyone understands that with great responsibility, or with great power comes great responsibility. And if someone were to bring up the truth of the story of that, I'd be like, wow, that doesn't matter. That does not matter. Holy shit, like, that doesn't matter? I don't care. Obviously it wasn't true. It's like, I don't care. Because that's not one of the important things here. Yo, Jeff, thank you for the 16-month resub. Deepest Twitch you've been to. Yeah, I appreciate you sticking around and not being, not running off. He can be a real historic person. I just watched a video earlier today, one of many and things I've seen in interviews with people, that it seems like every historian, believers and non-believers, are like, this person at least existed in some form. It's not just some made-up thing. But yeah. But what it means is this is how I think about Bach's music, because here's what I'm gonna do. You ready for this? This was a tricky one. Trying to explain this to high school students while also trying to keep a separation of religion from what you're doing in the school. I tried to get across the idea to them to get into Bach's mind a bit. And that one of his main aims with music, it wasn't the sole aim, although it sounds like it kind of is, was that he was writing this music for, like, quote, the glory of God. And so it's like, well, do you need to be a religious person? On the surface of it, you may initially think, yes, you do, but you don't. If you can have an idea, the soul, I didn't even mean to, the pun was not intended. And actually, I didn't even realize it till you guys pointed it out, but I'm just that clever. I'm so clever, I don't even have to try. I don't even have to be aware of it. Just kidding. It was sort of an exercise to be like, can you understand, for particularly the non-religious ones among you, can you understand his motives and his ideals? Or at least, whether you feel it or not, can you at least perhaps re-articulate it in a more detailed way? And so my restatement or re-articulation of that idea, of that he's writing this music for God, is that he's aiming for, he's not writing it for himself. I mean, again, partly is, and partly writing it for, he's not really, his highest aim isn't for other people. It's not for a patron, although again, it partly is. But above all that, he's writing for something that that doesn't even exist here. You could take the person you care about most in life and think about doing something for them, and then go beyond that. So it's even beyond that. It's like a theoretical ideal. You're a person here and you want to strive for the highest ideal, and you only look at, you could say, this earthly level, you're missing the potential for higher inspiration, you could say. Because we can imagine something that's not here. We can all, or maybe most of us, but I feel like we can all imagine this non-earthly thing. We can create characters and create stories and create things in our mind, and we can make them real. We can learn things from them, and we can act upon them. And so the goal, so you can be like, he's striving for something beyond human. Not that he's going to be beyond human, but his ideal is going to be beyond it. And so it's like the theoretical highest goal to strive for. But that's another example of this thing where it's like, I can understand that. And I can agree or disagree with it and stuff like that without having to without having to even concern myself with the truth of the matter. Or what this God would be like. Is this a jealous, vengeful God? Is this a kind, benevolent God? Is it omnipotent or omniscient? I don't care at that point. That actually doesn't concern me in this situation. Have green or pink the sharp keys on the key? Well, the reason they had it, at least initially, the keyboards were flipped. That ivory was really expensive, so it would be these would be the black keys, because there's more of them, and then they'd use the more valuable ivory for the what are now the black keys, but they were the white keys. Now, whether you want to paint them or not, you can paint them whatever color you want. Also, yes, we should actually blame everything on Nightbot and just the machines in general. So, who wants to try to make an exercise in getting back on track in some way? And that is to get back to the original thing. And this has almost been an example. This has almost been proof of the discussion itself. Does that make sense? It's proof of the discussion and the thing I've been trying to say a little bit, at least one of the things, and that we never actually made any progress on the initial thing because it was focusing on things that weren't important. They weren't important because they didn't, not because they're not important ever, but because they didn't progress this thing forward. So therefore, by this criteria, they weren't important. It's what I say about music a lot. Is this sound good or bad? Like, wrong question. You have to state your goals first before you can determine whether it's good or bad. And then you'll see that this same thing is good in some situations and bad in others. So I saw in the discussion we were having that there was a focus, and I said, to the best that my brain could sort it out, there was a sort of prediction that the focus here won't progress this forward, so therefore it's not good. It's not beneficial. It doesn't have value at the moment. Whereas if you were trying to talk about Jordan as like becoming elected as a policymaker, then you better believe that all the things that were brought up would be very important. Right? So those are two different situations. Talking about some philosophical thing, like these other things, I just like don't care about them. I still think they're unimportant because I don't think everything I think everything he says, I don't think everything is based on the same fundamental axioms, I guess. Need to progress? I mean, it doesn't. We could do it. I mean, you could do whatever you want, but I just thought it'd be more beneficial, perhaps, to stick with it a moment because I've seen how these things happen, how these things progress, and they usually devolve into something that is unproductive, because especially in text form where tone can get lost and it's difficult to reply to everything and there's a delay in messaging and everything, I overall in my experience see the conversations as being doing more harm than good, maybe you could say. I didn't see. I didn't see. It's also why I wanted to know about specifics, because I would have to know. We can't take all the arguments and be like, I don't know, try to assess them all. Like, just assess it. It just felt like it was assessing everything all at once and getting everything tied into everything else. And it was like, it wasn't making very much sense to me, if that makes sense. And that's where, like, the character stuff was sort of brought in. It was like, it felt like there were areas of focus that, at least as far as I saw it, didn't feel like they were part of that, you could say, line of thinking. It was like A to Z, but the number 6 was being brought up. And it was like, it doesn't have anything. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. What's up, Al? How's it going? Hey, Yonsa, thank you for the kind words and the support. Hey, thanks, Asgard. That box, personal study Bible, extensively marked with his own notations, house at Concordius Seminary Library in St. Louis. Wait, I didn't know that. Yeah, the one I have, my Bible is filled with stuff. It's filled with things. And that was part of what I was saying, that as this is sort of besides the original point, but you can see a progression that I am happy to see and happy that it happened. It's going from being almost like someone who was focusing on the wrong thing to, by the end, focusing on what I saw as the right thing. Meaning I went from getting almost no value from what I was doing to being able to get the most value out of what I was doing. Yo, Nick, what's up? How's it going? But to sort of clarify Captain's thing here, because this is something I like practicing, and I also would like to kind of, if I can, act out values that I see as being valuable. So something that's worthwhile doing. So what that means is if two people are having a misunderstanding somewhere, you don't go, "'Cause you're stupid, you idiot, and I'm right and you're dumb, and that's why it's happening. Also, I hate you. Why are you being like this? Oh yeah," and then start saying some sarcastic stuff, which is, I don't even need to finish, right? What is that? What is that? Where does that happen? The internet. Everywhere, right? And I hate it. It is I can't say objectively bad, although that gets back into the original conversation. Isn't that exactly? Right, like, so, and I think I think I can see the disconnect. So then the challenge for me becomes, how can I change the articulation of the idea that's in my mind in order to, in this case, transfer it to Captain's mind? Because as far as I'm concerned, that's the main, if not, depending on how you talk about it, the sole purpose of communication. Touch butts, we could, but unfortunately it's the internet. Can't do that right there. Can't do that. Physics is stopping us. So maybe some kind of premise. I'll put it this way, because here's what I'm seeing. Initial question. Does the lack of moral objectivism lead to nihilism? Okay. That branches off, of course. It's going to have to, it immediately, it branches off. So we get here, and almost right away, Panic brings up a person. And instead of focusing on this person's specific arguments or whatever they're saying related to this thing, it actually felt like, maybe not character attacks in the typical internet sense, but it was more like, well, no matter what this person is going to say, instant sort of dismissal and undermining of anything that's about to branch from there, for the reasons that this dude's a doofus, essentially. And so I tried to say that at least that's what I saw. So then I tried to say, well, I tried to sort of preempt it and go like, no, but this person has, I deeply believe this person has things of value that they can say, and to dismiss what felt like a dismissal of all of them immediately because of some things he says and or believes, I thought was not productive and also not sort of Smart thing to do. So maybe that makes sense. So then I tried to give examples of where the person's words could have values in order to show that, well, in order to fight against what I saw as the immediate dismissal of every branching out of that point. I don't think so. I don't think so. The reason I say that is because, well, I don't know. Well, how about this? I can ask a direct question. Were you critiquing the man? Were you critiquing the man, like the person? I saw it as that was what was happening. You were critiquing. Okay, so, all right, I was correct in that assessment. And so then I saw it as, well, you're critiquing the person. I mean, this is actually exactly, right? Isn't this exactly how I've explained it? And it felt to me like it was going to lead to a cutting off of any of the person's ideas, because you're critiquing the person themselves instead of the ideas. Which isn't a smart thing to do intellectually. So, see, how's that? So why would okay, then if that's not the case, then it was just a sort of non sequitur. Then it was just sort of just being brought up, and I feel like it's a pretty reasonable expectation. And maybe other people can chime in. It felt like a pretty reasonable expectation that if someone's brought up in terms of a conversation and the person's character is attacked, that you would think there's a reason for the attacking of the character, especially when an argument is trying to be made using that person's ideas. It was almost to give you the benefit of the doubt in saying, and because if not, I would have had to assume that you just said it for no reason, which I don't know why you would. And then you bring up Hitler sucked. You're not a good. Wait, but that's what I mean, right? Right? That's what I mean. Also, now I'm totally getting banned. Oh shit, Hitler came into this. I'm totally getting banned. Oh my god. You guys, alright, it was nice knowing you. I had a fun time streaming. How many years did we get to? I think it was a good run. It was a good run. It was a good run, but we found ourselves at Hitler, and the stream is, you know what? I'll find other things to do. It's okay. Also, but it would be like, okay, oh my god, I'm gonna get banned. Actually, just kidding, I'm not, because someone would have to report that to Twitch, and I don't have enough viewers for that to happen. Statistically, it's unlikely. So what was the point of the character attack, I guess? Perhaps it was for like semi-comedic purposes, maybe? Knowing your personality and stuff. But I didn't see it as that. 50-50, okay. Alright, so okay, not character attack, but character undermining attempt maybe is a better, because yes, I don't want the baggage that character attack holds. know what I mean. I think you know what I mean. You can pick the words, and I think we'll agree whatever word you pick. Character assassination. Complete destruction of... Nice knowing you. Dude, Roar, thank you for the 2-month resub. Don't worry, you won't have to resub after this. Don't worry. I appreciate it, though. What would you like as the parting song? Just remember, it's going to be one of the last ones to ever play. What's going on? I'm getting banned. I'm getting banned. I'm not even gonna read October's message. Maybe I should do it, just so I can get banned and then can start some drama and controversy. Drama. Music streamer Schnaf gets banned for supporting Hitler on stream. I should not have said that. I should not. I don't give a shit. You know what? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Someone pull the... Yeah, but that's the thing. But not when we're talking about highways. So I was gonna... Yeah, if we were talking about highways, it would be like... Oh, are you really gonna support... It's like, I don't want to be talking about Hitler's character. We're talking about highways and the value of highways. Right, so I saw that in this extreme, but I can see the analogy. In this analogy, I was like, that's where I saw it going, and being like, wow, this is not gonna be useful. Okay, well now we need to, now is where the details. Here's where the devil's in the details, because to equate Jordan Peterson with Hitler is absurd. That's absurd. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's so crazy. That's disingenuous. What do you mean? That's literally what you did. That's the point of that sentence. I don't even know. Yeah, but okay, then if your highway argument began with consider what Hitler said about the Autobahn, and we're talking about very, emotionally detached argument structures, then what would be the problem? But I'm trying to take in the human element there. You know what's really hot? Those hot wings I had for dinner last night. I love it. Spicy stuff makes eating feel like a challenge. It makes it feel like an adventure. So guys, the real question is, how quickly am I going to get banned? And will it happen before the end of the stream? But I'm pretty sure everything I've said is actually very reasonable. Now we're Hitler returning onto food. I mean, everything comes back to food. Everything comes back to food. Hey, Koala, what's up? How's it going? Everything comes back to food. Oh, wait, was that a joke? Oh my god. I took Al's comments seriously. I literally checked my stream, and then I was about... Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Shit. That's what I was typing. I was literally typing, it's still on for me. I give up. I feel like sight reading is not a good thing to do right now, because then I won't be able to reply to anything unless I try to sight read and reply to stuff at the same time. At the same time. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is not what I said. That is not what I said. I will not let this character assassination, I will not let this character undermining, character attack take place. Blindfolded sight reading. Oh shit. That's a real challenge. Call it. I'd be good on a talk show, I think. If I'm being I think I'd be good on a talk show. I'm a big fan of callbacks. What did I say then? I'm tempted to make so many jokes, and all of them are all of them run a ban risk. All right. Huh, I just lost 15,000 followers? Whoa, what happened? Just kidding. With Braille, I'm going to read it with my toes. Now, what should I do? Something with a blindfold, but... I was trying to think of some way to do this. I was going to say with one eye closed, but that doesn't actually change a single thing. I don't know. What should I play with the blindfold on? Jack, what's up? What about something I'd never do with the blindfold on? Yikes. That's about as close to sight reading with a blindfold on, because that's playing something I haven't played in weeks. Also, without having played the guitar now for like an hour and a half. Jeez, that's why you need to practice stuff. Jennifer Sismo, with your 1-year-old sister? She loves the sound of the guitar. It always soothes her. I am glad to hear. Does she also like conversations about objective morality and its potential leads to nihilism? Ask her what her take is on that. Hey, what's up, Peachy? How did the rest of Majora's Mask go? I fell asleep pretty early. Well, early. Yo, Captain, thank you for gifting a sub to Jennifer. Still waiting for your sister's response, your 1-year-old sister's response. Does she believe in objective morality? If so, does she believe it leads to nihilism? You're drinking wine tonight before you... Nice. Did you end up getting to, Stone Tower Temple? 1-year-old baby, explain yourself! Act your age. You're in a castle. Wait, what castle? Also, we're gonna do the random Majora's Mask stuff. Also, the dancing troupe is there. God, why am I not... Da 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 was her answer. I mean, fair enough. I can see where she's coming from. At least the da da part. Not so sure about the da da da, but... Where did she study? Although that's not much different than most people's arguments I see online. Am I right, guys? Hey, am I right? What is this? Sideways, sideways down? Sideways, sideways down? I'm hilarious. Hashashin, thank you for the 7-month resub with Prime Gaming, formerly known as Twitch Prime. And Centurius, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Opus 20 by Dustin O'Halloran. I'm not familiar. Sospiro by Liszt. I do not. I am not actually a piano player, despite what one may think. I am not kidding. I'm not kidding. And thanks, Brico. And dude, Lemur and Chocomint, thank you for the claps. I just play things by ear, using the power of friendship. And by friendship, I mean experience studying music. But if you would actually like to check out a list of songs that I can do, at least some of them, at least the guitar stuff, you can type !SL. Exactly, the power of love and friendship. A list of songs? Letters to Princess Celestia? I do not. My heart lies with Princess Zelda. Should I try some sight reading? Some secondary reading? I've read this once before on stream. Darf ich dich fragen, ob du etwas für mich probieren möchtest? What? Ja? No, nein? Bitte? Dankeschön. Deutsch, ich sprechen, to try something. I mean, I can try. I can try reading this Sonata for Lute by Sylvius Leopold Weiss. He was German. Right? That's the same thing, right? make anything like Dust Force Elvish Piper? I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what that is. You know who else was German? Your mom? Dude, not cool. Dude, my mom's not German. Guys, if you had to guess my ethnicity, what would you say? There's a reason I'm asking. It's not what you think. It's just. It came up in Duchess Peachy's stream. And so I'm curious. Yeah, if you know, then it's not a guess. Yeah, so. Hylian? Close. Stage manager. Thank you for the tier 3. Oh man, that's the second tier 3 sub today. So this one's a monster. 52 months? What the heck? Guys, I'm actually half Hylian. Oh, you don't believe me? You don't believe me? If I wasn't Hylian, why would I have elf ears? Or half elf ears? See that? Look at this. Look at this. Look at that elf ear. Look at that Hylian ear. Okay, so that's part of it. Half Hylian. What's the other half? I convinced, when I was teaching first grade music, I convinced one of the classes that I was half elf because of it. They were like, no, stop. You say Israeli, okay. That's what there are a few that I always get. That's one of them. There's 2 more that I sort of usually get. I don't know if this one will work out so well in terms of sight reading. I'm not sure how. Oh man, I kind of want to do it anyway though. What if we do the Beret? Happy 1st of May. Oh man, Hartmut's in the future. Good morning, Hartmut. How are you doing? Israel, Italy, Iran. All the eyes. So I'm not Iran, although that's close. That's kind of close. Would you say I'm not Persian, but am still good looking? sorry. Oh my god, dude, I crack myself up. There you go. All right, there you go. Also, you know what cracks me up? Here's ready. Look at this impression. This is my impression of Duchess Peachy reading chat. That's my impression. For those who don't know, I really like impressions, especially when they're like really dumb and small. Not the person I'm doing the impression of, the impression itself. Although I'm always worried that if I call someone out for something, that then they'll become aware of it. Like not call them out, but just mention it as an impression thing. And then they're like, what? Like someone mentioned a little while back that one of the things I say is, okay, so a couple things. Like I'll start something out with that. And ever since they mentioned it, I notice it every time I do it. Goldfish brain? Okay, gotcha. I should do this with reverb. All right, so he's got, it says minuet 1, but I don't see a second minuet. Okay, the second minuet comes after the saraband. Weird. Where's his family from? Where are you guys? You guys were close. Iran was close. There's a mountain in dispute. That's funny. That's right. It is Hylia. That's part of it. I'm scared to do the jig. Let's do something else. What if we do a little piece by the same composer, but maybe something a little more manageable? Mademoiselle Tyrolloise. Mademoiselle. Back to. Vol, thank you for giving a sub to Shanturius. Welcome back, Shanturius, with the hibiscus. Doesn't the country end with Juan or Bet? It does not. It does not. I am not Tibetan or Taiwanese. Nor am I English, but I like playing English music, like Mrs. Winter's Jump. This kid's got the smoothest segues in the game. All right. Casual Johnny, thanks for the follow. Sounds like a bard. Yeah, this is music. That's not an uncommon response to when I play this stuff. Whenever this is some English Renaissance music, so you know. Oh yeah, people are trying to. I was trying to sort of take a poll, like trying to see where people thought maybe I was from based on my physical appearance. Oh, that was terrible. I really need to wipe off the bottom of this thing. Again, it's losing its grip. It's really, the guitar's sliding a bit like that, but. Oh, you know what? I'll do something. Actually, also English, you could maybe say. I don't know for sure, but I'm gonna have to guess that based on Andrew York's physical appearance, and also based on his name being Andrew York, I'm gonna assume he's of English descent, but we're jumping ahead about 450 years. Eileen the Witch, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Belios. Yeah, that one's a lot of people really find that piece calming. This is a perfect example of context. Somewhat of what we were talking about before, because this exists in this piece. A minor second. I don't think anyone would say it sounds harsh or bad. Well, maybe some people, but overall, that's from what I've seen on Twitch. Got a lot of input on this. Also, I never actually, through all the stuff earlier, I never actually sort of partially gave my take on things, on the question of the day, which there's two responses. The one I sort of care about more is less of a philosophical response. And that is that I don't know how many people really believe in nihilism, meaning like they say it, but I don't know if they act it out. And that actually gets back to, I'll get the chat going more. I'll just say the name, Jordan Peterson. That's one of those things of like acting out what you believe. So one of the reasons it's sort of, safely, no, that's not the crazy part. That wasn't supposed to be the crazy part. Is that you still, everybody has a value system. So whether you know where it comes from or not, whether you can argue for or against it, we all have something within us. So you can sort of, you can like pretend to not care about anything, but I'd say I don't believe you. That's like my main response to that. Like, yeah, I don't think so. Who are you to say what I believe? Well, your actions say what you believe to a certain degree. And in this case, they do. Would you need to get on with guessing the nation? That's right, guys. That's another thing. Also, how do you feel about the Autobahn? But for me, Captain, it's like, it's more of, I feel like it actually holds, for me, it seems to hold more weight than a sort of purely philosophical response. Unless you make no actions in your life, then I'm not buying it. I think the nihilist is just well, they could be lots of different things. Do you believe life is meaningless? Simply existing, you're acting. Well, that's the thing. If it's meaningless, then how do you make decisions in your life? I guess would be the question. And still have a code. I guess that's something I don't actually believe. Aside from purely God damn it, what's the word? like physical responses to stuff, purely physical like stimuli. Like, you know, if you hit me and I go ow, it's not because there's no like thought behind it. A libertine sociopath? What the hell is a libertine sociopath? What is it? What the hell? What the? I see your. So like, what the hell? What the hell? Do I want to know? Wait, what the? Unless you're arguing that they have moral principles that guide them to living in nothing but their own pleasures at the expense of others. I think I struggle to imagine a person who who doesn't have any values, who doesn't have any morals. Although I'd actually struggle. I'm not so sure that one's actually as simple as it may seem, either. But that's almost besides the point. But I would need to find someone who, at least in my understanding of the terms of the question, everyone has everyone has a sense of a sort of moral, or not moral, but a hierarchy of values. And their actions will show what those are, despite what they say. Sona and Conan is from the same place. That's true. That's true. That's true. What of those whose actions prove the contrary? Is there an example? I'll play this song I wrote. Thanks, October. That was a song I wrote. It started out as like an improvisation thing years ago, and then I decided to actually formally like work on it and make it a song. I called it Moving On. It has to do with getting past a person and or part of your life. And so there's a bittersweet nostalgia to it. Why take care of actions to analyze someone? Lie to themselves, but actions don't lie. That's, yeah, I think that's where, from what I understand of what Bellios is saying, that's where I tend to come from. Captain, I don't know who Marquis de Sade is. I don't think English, but I think imagination is infinity. For some reason, I don't even know exactly what it's in reference to, but I like it. Imagination. Not imagination is infinite, like imagination is infinity. Like this is what comes into my mind when I think of those three words. Imagination is infinity. Hold on. Let's get a good. I'm actually going to mute this for you guys. So. So I can't think of a very good the exact sound I'm thinking of, but it's something like imagination is infinity. Actually, I want. Maybe this one would have been better. No, not that one. I want it to be even more though. I want it to be even crazier. I want it to be crazy arpeggio. That would be for me. Imagination is infinity. Also, Captain, what's the? Oh. The point was that there are those whose actions reflect a lack of morality. Is that because they're doing something that you'd say is morally wrong? Because I think you can still have morals and do things that other people think are wrong. But then even besides that, this is one of the reasons I don't. It's another reason, a completely different reason why I don't think a lack of moral objectivism leads to nihilism necessarily. Is that you can still believe in things and have values without, you could say, having morals in the way that people think of it. But it depends on how you define morals, because you could almost sort of argue that having any value system relies, and I don't mean value in terms of like good, how we tend to look at. I mean holding something as having worth. It depends on how you define the terms, but I don't believe there's anyone who doesn't care about anything and doesn't see anything as having any worth or any value. I don't. And someone could murder 1 million people, and I still don't think that means they have no morals or that they don't have any values. Same thing with someone who takes their own life, which I could imagine someone attempting to use as like a counterexample, but. So. I don't know, but I can imagine someone saying that. Because they'd be like, that means they don't care about anything. Wow, that is not. Imagination is infinity. It's still not exactly what I was thinking, but this like kind of works a little bit. Mystery Island is what that's called. Gee, should I just break out the space videos at this point? I mean, I'm breaking out the space videos. You can't stop me. I don't even have to search. It's in my... Time for some cosmic relaxation. Because when I think of creativity is infinity, I also think of the cosmos. So. Let's go over there. Also, 1 second. So I would say, like, if you can't be a nihilist and eat food and drink water, or you can't even take your own life to avoid pain, you could say something like that. But I think that means, yeah, that's my, it's like, dude, most people care about something, like, you care about something, like, really deep. Yeah, yeah, you become, because people who are catatonic, that's almost start fitting that definition, not definition, but the description of taking no actions. They're just like, one has a value system? I think so. I think you value life. You think life is valuable. At least your own. See, I can. I feel like I can preempt a lot of this. Yeah, that's how I take it, because I believe there's really something to that. I could maybe get more into why I think that's why that definition actually has a lot of value too. Cinq mètres, bonsoir. For me, it's an attempt to get a person perhaps to think about what their actions say about their beliefs. Because here's one that's is it rhetorical? So, I mean, a rhetorical prompt, or just yeah. I mean, well, maybe not necessarily a prompt, but it can be, but also can be a response to that type of question. I sort of read the question as I sort of respond to the question as if someone's claiming the opposite of whatever it is I'm going to say. Does that make sense? Like for people that say, maybe one of the more common ones is people that say humans are bad. They're like a virus. A virus, Mr. Anderson. And the planet would be better off without them. Yeah, that's a it's like, yeah, nice job, Agent Smith. Yeah, exactly. But I don't believe anyone who says that. They'd have to do a few different things in order to prove it to me. Because in their world, they've set up a system of values that shows that a world without humans is better than one with humans. So that means the more humans you get rid of, the better things are. You're getting closer to that ideal. So then you can look at, you disagree, why not? Well, you could maybe say something about hoping that humans are different or something, or wanting humans to change fundamentally, but I don't know if that'll happen. I don't see how that would happen. Like I don't think you can be like, the world would be better off with humans, but I don't want to get rid of them. It's like, I don't think you can hold those two things and be consistent. argue 8 billion or 300 million? I feel bad for Shanturius, like trying to go from English to German and back. That could be consistent? How? Philosophy in space. Philosophy flying through space. Fair, welcome to the newest segment. It just started right now. Let's see. Wait, and still not believe. Hold on. You can believe humans are bad for the world and still not intrinsically believe fewer people are better until you hit 0? Oh, I mean, okay. That's almost, well, because I didn't take it to the furthest thing, that's actually not going to change what I was about to say. Chickeny, hello. Thank you. Because what I was going to say is the person who gets us closest to 0 humans would then be the best person, right? They'd be getting you to achieve that, what you've now said is, you've deemed as good according to your... So someone who attempts to get rid of everyone but fails is bad only because they didn't do it good enough. And I don't mean that, it sounds kind of cheeky, but I actually mean that quite literally, like quite directly. I don't mean that in a sarcastic way. Right? You'd be like, oh, if only they had killed everybody. Then. Like, alright. Sakul, what's up? Good evening. Because these were, yeah, like Thanos. Yeah, exactly. What if a person who thinks humanity should end, that person is probably good? Wait, which person's good? The person who's saying that? The person who's... I'm separating the people. They don't need to be the same person. There's the person who's trying to get rid of... Who's trying to kill a lot of people. So you're saying the person that holds this value would still... Wait, but I thought... I mean, that's what I thought. But I thought you said that doesn't follow. That doesn't necessarily follow. Fewer people. Okay. Well, getting rid of getting rid of more, but aren't you saying that in the opposite way? Meaning instead of saying fewer people, meaning get rid of more people? At least that's how I took those to be the same. This is NASA footage. NASA does not necessarily condone the the messages being discussed. You don't think people are bad for the world? You think the culture people build through time is not adapted anymore and bad for the world today? It is hard to separate people from their culture. That's tricky. Yeah, also to be clear for me, I also do not believe that humans are a net negative. I'd be willing to bet that the thing I'm trying to say is I am not sure anyone really believes that. The only person I'd believe is someone who's hell-bent on killing everybody who exists, including themselves and everyone they care about. That's tough because I get the impression that if you believe humans are a net negative, I mean that's if you think humans can fundamentally change in some way. Now I say fundamentally, and that's not clearly defined. That's a pretty vague thing to say. I don't see humans ever getting to the place where all of a sudden we stop using up, resources and doing all the things we do. I don't see that happening. And I think despite that, we're still, I'd rather have humans than not have them. And I feel like it's actually so deeply ingrained in myself that that's almost not even a choice I get to make. No, I hope we can, I hope we can get off this damn rock. Swirling around this big ball of fire. Maybe one day we can make it, here. Or maybe right there. Maybe one day we can get there. See, I don't even know if it's cynical because I think I don't see, like, I can't see any creature as being just good. I don't know, like as just good and not bad in some way. So then you can say but maybe you'd agree. So then you're talking about net negative or net positive or something. Dude, dogs tear apart and kill children. Like some dogs shred children to bits. Like, I don't want to hear animals. I'm sick of people talking about the animals. I'm sick of the damn animals. You know what, guys? I'm sick of the animals. I know you're I know. I know you're kidding about the dogs. But I'm sick of the animals. I'm sick of them. Yeah, that's right. We're floating through. My donation goes to kill the animals before they kill the babies. Greetings from Germany. Whoa, I didn't. See, I don't even think they're good and bad people. I think people do good things and bad things. And I think it's a trick. The question is a trick. The question is a trap, just like asking whether mathematics is invented or discovered. You don't actually, there's no need to define people as good or bad. Like, you can ask the question, but I'd urge you to consider not asking the question and judge actions instead of just people. What if all the rocks? Yeah, I've never seen that person. I've never seen that person before. Again, that's almost akin to the person who has no values, like. Which is not the same as someone who commits a terrible atrocity. Those two are not the same. Well, it might be. There could be something to that ridiculous, quote. Even though I didn't say it, that is not a quote. Mods, don't add it. But the chance of someone, thinking about that idea without having an emotional sort of response to it or something like that, and I would never say such a thing because the ease of which it would be misinterpreted would be, it's way too likely to be misinterpreted. Like, even me just saying that is likely to be misinterpreted. No, it's not a real quote. You know, there was only ever been one quote that didn't actually happen. I deleted it a long time ago. It's more, it's not a stance you have to take. It's more, actually it's not the 116. That was a real quote. I just deleted that for other reasons. There was another one. It was something I just actually didn't say. Someone had just made it up because it would sound funny, and it wasn't even like slightly changed my words. Someone just made it up. And I was like, there are plenty of dumb things I say. We don't need to make up dumb things. There are plenty of real dumb things. For me, it's about the word choice is about, because it can feel like it's clear with someone who's extreme, but we tend to use those, we do it way too easily. Think about people as good or bad. And I don't think it's a very useful mode of operating in the world. Which is not to say that people aren't to be held responsible for their actions. See, Belios knows what I mean. Like, I've done bad things. So have all of you. I'm also not going to attempt to actually weigh them out. I don't see it as a very useful exercise. Perhaps if you have someone you know in person who you want to maybe decide whether you want to spend time with them or not, you can do that. But I'm not sure that exercise will actually work that way. It's more of something that will lead to yeah, but I think they get misused. I mean, this is not something that there's statistics on. I get the impression that it gets misused far more than it gets properly used. Everyone today is everyone thinks that so many other people are bad. It's so disheartening. And I believe, honestly, pretty foolish. Not that I'm perfect or something, but it doesn't mean I can't at least try to do the best I can to, act out that belief. It leads to compassion and understanding and tolerance and forgiveness, and it leads you away from the dark side. But if you give in to your anger, it leads to the dark side. Speaking of stories that have deep truth or something like that. See, Vader wasn't bad. He saw the good in him. That's why he saved him. I see the good in you. That's the whole thing. He saved his father from the belly of the beast. Why didn't Luke save Palpy? He had to go. But you can hold people, you can punish people without judgment. You can punish people without judgment. Because there was not only a threat of some sort of, destruction. You can punish people without judgment. No way. No, that's not nihilist at all. I'm not holding any phones. And if I was holding this phone, I'd put it down. I'm not holding anything. I can say a person does something wrong. You have to be held accountable for what you did. But there's a difference between holding someone accountable for their actions and then actually placing. I mean when I say judgment, I mean like you could maybe say something like because what they did was wrong. No, I mean judge as in like on the deepest level of judging, meaning like judging their soul or something like that. Meaning someone can do something bad to you. So this is a crazy example, and this is gonna piss at least one person off. And I'm speaking from a place, this is something I struggle to work on. Well, I struggle to do, but I try to work on it. I was gonna pick a pretty extreme example, but let me give a not extreme example. Hey, what's up, Type Delete? Some people are just... If I could fully just embody this thing, what my interactions with people would look like would be something like this. Anyone who I see doing anything wrong would come with some sort of pain, not just because of what they did wrong, but because that they'd be in a space where they would even want to do that. So the person who comes in here and trolls in the stream, most of you know I struggle with putting this into practice, but that's because I believe I'm a pretty flawed human. No, I'm trying to judge their actions and not the person. So what that means is, so someone comes in here and goes, dude, shut the fuck up and just play music. You're an idiot and you suck and your playing isn't even good. Okay. So it's easy to be like, whoa, the person who says that is bad. Right? That person's bad. That person sucks. I hate that person. That's it's easy to be led there, right? What I would like to get to in my life is going, what they said and did was bad. That seems like a bad. I'm being a little over the top with it. Don't ban me, dude. Yasuke, get the hell. Also, hold on. What is this kappa? Is that a mustache? Oh, what the hell is? Okay. Also, this cold space thing has a lot of like sound around it. All right. What if I do this? I would want to feel. Ideally, I would like to get to the place at some point in my life where when that person comes in and says, "Hey, Schnaff," whatever your name is. Again, I'm making it over the top just because I like to have fun with it. Your playing sucks and you're dumb and I wish you didn't do this and I think you stink. And I think your face is also dumb. I would like to feel bad that they were in a place where they'd want to say that. Because that doesn't come from a good place. Like, you're not a healthy person who's going around telling people they suck, right? And just going around on Twitch and just telling people they're shit. Like, that's it's not a good thing that's leading someone to do that. I would like to have that sort of understanding and like empathy and view of it to sort of take the highest presence in my mind and in my heart, if you want to say it as cheesy as that, but I think you know what I mean. Exactly, it doesn't stop them from being an Australian person's favorite word. That reaction is natural, but I think we have a lot of reactions that are natural that I would like to be above. I would like to transcend beyond my primal urges, perhaps you could say. I would hope you'd agree, at least in some situations. Because I'm not gonna go, well, if I naturally have a tendency to do it, then I'm just gonna do it. It's like, there. Don't I find it natural to say, wow, that person must have a tough life or a tough day? I have to tell myself that, because my first reaction for the most part, as you guys have seen, is me being pissed off at the person. At the person. And I start having thoughts of wanting to say mean things to them. And those by my own judgment of things, my gut reaction is to make this universe a slightly worse place by making someone else sadder. I want to hit him where exactly, and I want to say what makes him hurt the most. I want to say the worst thing, not just the bad thing. I want to say the worst thing. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And people do it all the do. That's like, people do it so much. Hope I don't get angry often. I mean, this is just, I don't usually actually do this, but if I'm being transparent about my nature, and also I'd ask you all to reflect before one of you casts judgment upon me, perhaps. Before one of you casts the first stone. Who said that to you? Exactly, it's hard to step away from emotions because I'm an evolved ape. Damn it. I'm an ape. And I have insanely frustrating flaws. Yeah, exactly. Fear of inadequacy, fear of anything, just any point of having a lack of some sort of stability, confidence, something like that. If you feel exposed in some sort of way, if you feel vulnerable, you're going to be more likely to do that. But just because I'm likely to do it doesn't mean I do not want it to be that way. One of the ways to do that, and one of the ways to really, if you were to really act that out, it would come along with the belief that the person isn't bad. They're not inherently... You don't even have to say that they're inherently good, or that there's even good or bad things about them. You just throw that question sort of out the window. You don't even let it be part of the picture. Again, I think it's another example of like, that question ceasing to have any... ceasing to take me on the path that I would like something to go in. It's like, I don't think it's good at that point because I don't think it's going to get me to where I want to go based on what now I personally have, how I've personally set up my value system or something. But again, I'm fighting against a lot. Fighting against a lot of very deep wiring that I can't actually physically go in and tinker with and change. At least not without having serious side effects. But that's all of us. That's all of us. To some degree or another. And the other thing is, once you deem someone as bad, I mean, you can do, man, that person's bad. All right, screw them. Think about the things you could do to a bad person. In fact, think about the things you should do to a bad person. They're bad. Ignore them? No, you can't do that. They're bad. You have to do something about it. They deserve bad things to happen to them. We should, in fact, it's our duty to inflict pain and suffering on them. We need to ruin things for them. They're bad and they can't get away with it. We can't just let them get away with it. And why would I feel remorse for someone who's bad? A piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I hope that I hope Jennifer's sister, 1-year-old sister, isn't watching. Actually, shit, it probably doesn't know what these words are. Exactly, Yasuke. That would be putting yourself in that frame and being like, criminals born or made? It's the wrong question. It's the wrong question. That's like saying, is it nature or nurture? I mean, that really, but it's always both, and it's to what degrees. That's another. Like, we just do it too much. Is it this thing or that thing? Are people good or bad? Are criminals born or made? Is mathematics discovered or invented? It's like, stop these questions. That is my goal. That is my value. It's like, these questions are leading you astray from the beginning. It's like your path, you're trying to get here, and someone's saying, okay, so you want to go right? For me, it's okay. For you guys, you want to go right? Although even from your point of view, it's actually still not right. It's still this person's point. Okay, you want to go right? And someone's going, okay, to get here, do you want to go straight or turn left? It's like, dude, stop it. I want to turn right. You didn't even give me that option. That's not even, it's like, stop. People do that all the time. Not in terms of directions, unless they're a bad person. See what I did there? See what I did there? Hilarious. It's like you don't think you have any natural tendencies from birth to act or be some way in the world? Or you think the opposite? It's only that you're not you've never been influenced by anything around you? It's like, what kind of ridiculousness is that? Well, Yasuke got my response. You got my response. And that was more of a response to not even that specific question, but to that type of question. Because I really feel like the things I've been sort of ranting about tonight, maybe, are some things that I feel like are actually very deeply, they're very deep problems. And they're not problems like, they're not specific targeted problems. It's not like, what do we do about the economy? Like, it's not that. It's about how we navigate those questions that are on the higher layers up. I see in life, at least now, although it's probably always been like that to certain degrees, I see a problem with the navigation of problems. We are failing to navigate properly. And navigate is maybe the word. We're failing to navigate properly. So it doesn't matter what the question is, we're getting to the wrong place because we're not going about it the right way. And so even if we were to solve every single problem that gets talked about, if any new problem comes up, we'll fail to navigate that for the same reason if something doesn't change. That's what I mean. Nature, relaxation. Ooh. How does that work? How do I make sense of this? Oh, because it's a minor 4 chord is how we can think about it. The answer to the question is up to me. I see what you did there. Also, no, I don't. But I do believe we act as though we do. And I actually think it'd be beneficial to act as if we don't. Because it'll help lead you to the things I was just talking about. How do you judge the person who did something bad if it ultimately wasn't up to them? Your assessment of the situation is, well, you see the situation as bad as opposed to the person being bad. Also, to preempt some of this stuff, this has nothing to do with this actually has nothing to do with like determinism, and it's nothing to do with laws of physics, which I get somewhat annoyed when it gets brought up. People say there's no free will because you can predict how things will turn out in the universe, or you could even say a system. And then people go, but what about quantum physics? It's like, what, does that randomness help you at all? That gives you more control? That doesn't make any sense. So if anyone was curious, my thinking has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with like the laws of physics. It almost has to do with more of like a mindfulness thing. Like, the more you try to think about it and try to become aware of your actions, the more you'll perhaps realize that you don't know why you did anything. And anytime you come up with a reason for it, you're going to start to actually realize that you're giving causal reasons. It's never just like, 'cause I decided to, based off of nothing. No, you're not bothering me. I guess these are things that the frustration perhaps that maybe you're sensing is feeling like I'm unable to reach the people I want to reach in the world and make the changes I want to see in the world, and see that there's something wrong, that I would like to be different, but I just don't have the ability to do so. I don't have the voice to do so. No one can hear. I'm yelling, yeah, you guys are here, whatever. But that won't make the large scale change that I wish could be made. Yeah, I might as well just be yelling at these images. And I think these the free will thing is something I had to think about from quite a young age too. As someone with OCD, you're forced to think about what it means to act. You're forced perhaps in a different way than some other people might need to think about their actions. To feel compelled to do something you don't want to do and to feel out of control in that way makes you think about, it's like, how can this even be? How can it be? I want to not do this thing, but I'm like doing it. I'm just doing it. I'm doing it. I just don't want to, but I am. What's happening here? And you don't have to, it doesn't have to be someone who just has OCD. You can apply it to all sorts of things. What about the person who doesn't want to quit a habit that they have? They're a smoker. They're almost certain they're gonna die of cancer. There's a really high chance they're gonna die of cancer, but they want to live to walk their daughter down the aisle, but they still smoke anyway. Yo, what's up, Humbier? Or heart disease, any of this. Yeah, you could pick all sorts of things. What about the person who's obese and wants to lose weight, but instead of working out, they eat a bunch of unhealthy food? Or the person who really wants to get something done, they have some work they know they need to do, they want to do it, but instead they just play a video game or something instead. Maybe they want to learn a language or learn an instrument, but instead of practicing, they just watch a show. But they hate that they're watching the show. They want, every part of them that they can understand wants to practice. But they just don't. Like, what's going on? When I'm playing these notes, that's the thing I've mentioned on stream before a bunch of times when it comes to how you can improvise or write music. You can be told systems to organize this stuff, but I can't make the notes pop into your head. I can't make the notes pop into my own head. And it's something I'm always just sort of, maybe not always consciously aware of, but oftentimes somewhat, at least somewhat consciously aware of. That my choice to play this E major 9 chord, I don't know why I did it. It just pops. And you could be like, well, because you heard it, but I didn't make myself hear it. And you could be like, well, because you've heard it come, you've maybe heard that chord progression come before. It's like, wow, that's the least, free will thing that could happen. I did it because it's happened before. That's like the worst. That's about as far away as you can get. So it's like, where are my choices in this music? If anything, the explanation would look something like you're channeling something you don't understand. It's maybe the best descriptor. And the more you can let go of your conscious thoughts and stuff like that, the more it flows through you or something. Man. Man. It just like flows through you, man. But actually. I think all these things are tied together. Yeah, that seems to be a more accurate description of things than saying I just did it. I did this thing. It's like, in this frame, the I is the person who is aware. For me, I is the person who gets to be made aware of the things that happen within this frame. Raid! Oh, is that... I can tell by the emotes already. It's Mina P. Hello, welcome everybody. We were just talking about... some philosophy stuff while playing the piano, while looking at views of space. I was just making up some music. this emote. How was your stream? Welcome in. Wow, this is not paused. This is just like that for a really long time. Let's get away from the suns. We'll go back to this. More dynamic. Mina P, thank you again for the raid. I had to turn off the mic. 'Cause there's a bunch of loud noises upstairs. Because tomorrow morning, a team of people are coming in to demolish our bathroom and kitchen. So, I'm super excited. Just kidding. I'm not excited at all. It's gonna be super stressful for months. Also, for those who don't know, Midnight Piano, Mina P, she, well, plays piano. And has a very comfy stream, and a group of viewers in a community that is they're very welcoming. They're very Little Big Whale-esque, if that makes sense. I get similar. I get like almost Little Big Whale vibes. Time to really get epic. So that was a little space-inspired improv. Thanks for the claps, Fair. And Airwheeled, what's up? Boom, soir. Thank you for the 11-month resub. How are you doing today? Tonight. Hey, thanks, Lemur. Almost here, I know, right? The more knowledge our children have, the more stable they can master it. I know there's some translation stuff, but I think providing knowledge to the children is definitely something I think is a good idea. I'm gonna try to do some more guitar stuff again. They're like, things are a little crazy upstairs. There's really nothing anyone can do about it. Unfortunately, it's just kind of the nature of the situation. Oh, I said I was going to do Un Día de Noviembre more. After Koala asked for it last stream. Oh. What the? Yeah, I haven't been playing it as much. Not for any reason in particular, just and there's a lot of music. Like a lot. !latency. Yeah, no, it's not intentional, and there's nothing on the streamer's end that we can do about it. I forget which TwitchCon it was, 2019, I think. I remember there were a few people talking about it, the low latency mode. One of them was a Twitch staff member, and what they were talking about was the fact that they incorporated. It was when Mixer was still around, because they were talking about the comparison of the low latency, how they do it, because Mixer did it differently, and they did it a better way, but by the time Twitch, according to what they were saying, by the time Twitch had established their method of low latency stuff, how the whole system they're using to do it, it would be sort of too cost effective to change it, because there's a better way to do it now. But and again, I don't know the details, and this is coming from someone else. I don't know the inner workings of it, but apparently there's a better way to do it. But it would be, I don't know, it'd be not worth the money from what I understand. So we're stuck with warbling, the cassette warble effect. It's really bad when someone's singing because it doesn't affect their voice somehow. Yeah, I'm not sure of exactly how it works. So then it just sounds like they don't know how to sing in tune. What are maybe some other things we haven't done in a little bit? What if we go backwards like this? Politics and equality. That's why we still see a lot of like demagogues. I've never actually seen the word in that form, actually. And sophisms and go on medias. Sophisms going on medias, yeah. Weirdly, even if nihilism can be seen as extremism of relativism, it will prevail somehow. Wait, what will prevail? The nihilism? Mostly because secularism is getting more and more important. So you're saying, which ones? Nihilism will prevail because there isn't a religious glue to morally hold us together? It's based on Gaussian, which voice is closer than Rana? Okay. And hey, Blackberry. Twitch also has a stereo correlation problem as well, meaning the left and the right audio channels are not always perfectly time aligned. It's spurious noise. Does it? That stinks. Because I use stereo. God damn it. I think I've heard it before, listening back to the stream. That's frustrating. Oh, we haven't done this in a while. Just this nice little, one of the Valses Póricos by Granados. funny. I'm tempted to engage more and just sort of even to not even combat it or anything necessarily, but just doing. But I feel like I fried my brain at this stream. Oh my god, I was talking so much. Holy shit. Oh my god. For those who are here. Did a little bit of a number on my brain. Hey, thanks, Zeno. I appreciate that. It's always nice to hear when something you do is, well, appreciated by others. Then that can take all sorts of forms. But thanks, Fair. Oh, maybe we can do Capriccio Árabe. Although I'm fading a little bit. Absurdism is mostly nihilism. I've never come across absurdism in this situation, but yeah, especially because, oh man, they're moving everything out of the kitchen. Hey, I wish these icons were a little bigger. It's kind of hard to tap the letters on this thing. No, I won't. But what does it mean? Like, what does it mean in this context? I'm not... Arbuzz, what's up? Made exclusively for classical guitar styles? They're not, but it just seems to be really seems to be mainly the classical guitarists who use it. Rachmaninoff cover. There is, I mean, that ending thing is quite Rachmaninoff-y. But I'm pretty sure this came before the... Right, you were hearing that, or is it? Except it doesn't go to this afterwards, does it? But yeah, this is, well, when was, does anyone want to check when that was written, then check when Capriccio Arabe was written? We can know for sure. Being existence is ultimately absurd, no way of logically finding meanings in anything. Yeah, that does sound like it's like it's bordering on. Well, that itself almost like is not bordering on nihilism, but that it would be like one step before. So you could go from there to being like, so therefore, maybe attempting to even give up on trying to find or put value on something. You reduce the quantization grain, process saves time by removing things we can hear, which implies stronger cut on the signal. After that, there's a reduction in the model used to compress. It's used to remove what should sound the same. If you do 440 words of 440 G's, there will be overlap that are removed. In mono, the overlap will be final. In stereo, it could be stronger on one side. Oh, so that's the okay. That's the stereo thing. Wow, that's frustrating. Moral relativism is saying that everything is valid. Yeah, either everything is valid or, yeah. You can't know which one could ever be valid for sure. You could make an argument for anything, something like that. So rather than letting that tear down everything, giving up, we have to respect each other's opinions, even if they don't make sense to us, because the world and we are not 100% rational. I like that human, that the injection of the human and pragmatic elements to that. That was partly what I was getting at when I talked about this earlier. Not that specifically, but 1892. Oh, geez. That's going to be really close. When was Capriccio Arabe written? It's going to be right around that time. I think it may actually be slow. Oh, geez. I don't know. It's going to be close. Oh my God, the same year. I was like, I knew it was close. Oh man. Maybe they wrote these together? They didn't. So, you know how everyone's talking about Ed Sheeran and Marvin Gaye. What they really should be talking about is Rachmaninoff and Targa, right? He heard it in his dream. By dream, does he mean one of Targa's concerts? And a little... Yeah, I don't know. Hello, Nino. Oh, I don't think I said hey. I said hey in my head. I was playing. Wow. Okay, I'm losing it a bit. It's been 4.5 hours, so I should end and eat some food and stuff like that. But I'll still play the ending song before we go, of course. Also, time to pass the tip jar or donation basket around. If anyone has enjoyed the stream, enjoyed the music, found any value in it, or would like to help support, subscriptions, donations, bits, all that is very helpful. If you're not already following, definitely do that to know when the stream is back on, which, by the way, is tomorrow, Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Thanks for the hearts, everybody. And Xenol, thank you for the 300 bits. I'm glad you were able to watch the stream if it was something you needed. My brain. Like it wasn't just discussing stuff today, it was playing music. I made sure not to stop playing music as I was doing stuff. It was a lot to juggle. You are very welcome, Fair. Thank you for being here, of course. Let us find a human to raid. If we think raiding has value. Hey, cheap Asian. You're welcome, Lemur. Thank you. Still scrolling. AI phobia. Oh, I'm totally anti-AI. Humans are the greatest. We will never let the machines take over. Let me check one thing. Come on, load. Okay, we're gonna raid Claire. That's gonna be loud. Dude, I'm so tired. Oh my god. Sorry, just a... Yes, copy those raid calls. Thank you, fair. Mod extraordinaire. Claire is playing guitar, and there's a kitten lying down on top of it. So. And she's singing too. But there's a kitten on a guitar. You're welcome, Airwheeled. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the resub as well. 11 months. Yeah, exactly. It's that emote, well, in real life. So, stick around to check some of that out. Different cat, different orientation, but it's a cat on a guitar. Thank you everyone for being here, especially those of you who stuck around during the atypical philosophy content and stuck around through my ramblings. I hope some of it made sense, at least. I promise you it does make sense. Whether I articulated it clearly or not, whether you agreed or not, that's it. I promise it makes sense though. I promise. But yeah, thank you everyone who came, chatted, lurked, moderated, subbed, cheered, rated. Yeah, let's go. Thank you everyone. Let's say hey to Claire. Take care. Just kidding. Everything I said earlier in the stream, I don't believe. I'm talking to no one now.